Hello, everyone. I am officially live yet again. I hope that you are doing well. If you are new here, I'm Alex. This is my channel, Frank Fiction, where I do reading and productivity sprints every Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you are watching live, welcome. If you are watching the recording after the fact, welcome to you as well. This week, I am reading two books. I'm still reading the two books I was reading last week. That shouldn't really be a surprise to anybody. Trying to recover from being ill has turned into a much greater feat than I was initially expecting because I am suffering from post-viral fatigue, like horribly. And so, pretty much every single day, I've come home. I've had dinner, made dinner. Maybe I've had to mow the lawn, or maybe I went for a short walk, or maybe I sat outside and enjoyed a lovely fire in my fire pit. And then I'm asleep by 8 o'clock on my couch because I just cannot will myself to get up and go to bed. So tonight, I'm going to try to make it through the entire sprint for one, just because I normally go later than what my body has been allowing me to stay awake for recently. And then I've got my books that I want to read. So I've got The Martian by Andy Weir. And I'm still pretty close to where I was last time. I'm on page 82. And then I have a mystery novel that I'm reading on my Kindle that I'm still not telling anybody about because I'm nervous to say what it is that I'm reading until I get farther into it and I know for 100% certain that I'm going to complete it. Just because I know that whenever I say what it is, people are really going to want me to finish it. So that's why I'm keeping it a little bit of a mystery. But, I haven't really decided what percentage I need to get into it in order to like determine whether I'm going to finish it or not. But it's probably going to be over a quarter of the story. So there's that. And then if anybody's wondering what I'm going to have for dinner tonight, Keaton has so graciously said that he is going to pick up Indian food. I could not be happier about anything else in my whole life. Like, I love paneer tikka masala. It is one of my favorite foods in the entire world, and eating it with garlic naan is just a heavenly experience. So I get to do that tonight, which makes me jazz hands. And I'm also going to be probably doing a little bit of chores. So at one point tonight, I'm going to, have to get up and do some laundry, which doesn't sound so exciting, but it's an important thing to get done. And then I won't have to do it tomorrow. So, it's fine. But anyway, that's what I've got going on. And as always, this is a chill time. Sit down, grab a drink, grab a snack, curl up under a blanket, put a fan on you, depending on what the temperature is outside. It's actually perfect in my house right now. I'm not hot. I'm not cold. I'm just very comfortable, which makes me happy. And I am also, since my illness, and honestly, I don't really drink all that often anyway, but since my illness, this is my first glass of wine that I am getting to enjoy, which also makes me happy. So this is some type of like pie wine. It's supposed to be like a peach pie. My bartenders at my events that I host, I've been going to them for years, and they've been providing me service for a long time, and I just get along so great with them. That one of the lead bartenders, she she was like, I just wanted to give you a bottle of wine from another event that we had, and so she brought me a free whole bottle of wine, and I thought that was extremely sweet. So this is my peach pie wine that I'm drinking, and honestly, I'm liking it. It's pretty good. So with that, I'm going to go over and say hello to everybody in the comments, and please tell me what it is that you are reading or working on tonight. And the first person to come in is Heidi. Hi, Heidi. Heidi says, hello, Alex. I am reading so many books at once. Service Model, King's Dragon, Hell House, and The Wind in the Willows. I've never read it. Okay. Well, that's amazing that you're reading so many. I personally do not enjoy having quite so many books to read at one time, but as long as you're having fun, that makes me happy. And Denise said, hello, everybody. I'm on page 40 of a YA book called When Elephants Fly. Really good so far. Fantastic. And Magnolia is here. Hello, Magnolia. Magnolia says hello, Alex, and hello to everyone. And Stina is here. Hi, Stina. Stina says hello, Alex, and chat. And Denise says, hope you feel better soon, Alex. Thank you. I feel like myself. So that's good. It's my energy levels. Like I'm normally somebody that I have quite a bit of energy. I'm able to go for a pretty long time. I normally, like, it takes me a while to get exhausted in order to go to sleep. And recently that is just not the case. Like when the sun is going down, I'm getting ready to, like, I've been either already asleep or starting to fall asleep this entire week. So I have not been productive in most any way other than just basic care around the house and basic care of myself. So that's what I've been having to contend with, which is not, I don't like that, but that's all I can manage right now. And Kat says, "Hey Alex, oh so sorry you're still struggling with illness. I hate that for you. Thank you. I honestly think by next week, this is me being optimistic. I think by next week I'll be better. I'm very happy that I get to spend time with my family this weekend, so I'm looking forward to that. And we're supposed to have some beautiful weather, so maybe I can spend some time outside. And as long as I can get that, I think that's good." And Magnolia says, Heidi, hello. I'm in the first season of The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. That's great. I know that she was excited about that show. And Kat says, hey, friends in the chat. Happy Friday, y'all. Cena says, oh, I'm sorry you're still dealing with all that. Thank you. And Denise says, nice copy of The Martian. Thank you. Yes, it is exciting. I don't think you got to see this last week, Denise, but it is a signed copy as well. Not that if anybody thinks I'm bragging when I say that, just tell me in the comments and I won't talk about that because I don't ever want to be like, I've got such a nice edition. Like that's not why I do that. It's just something I get excited about, that I can have a copy of a book that an author has signed. And Faye says, we'll understand if you need your rest, Alex. We want you healthy. Thank you so much. I really am going to try to make it the whole time. If I start flagging enough that I feel like I can't really get up and walk, I'll know that I've gone too far and that I just have to go to sleep, because that's pretty much what's been happening. Is I get to a point where I lay down on the couch and Keaton has been trying to get me to go to bed, like to get off of the couch just to go to bed. And I look at him and I'm like, I can't move. Like I'm not moving. I do not have the will to get up. So as long as I can just not have that happen, I think I'll be okay. The benefit is the fact that I'm not prone when I'm sitting here, like my legs aren't up or anything. So I'm not getting too comfortable to the point where I'm naturally going to start falling asleep. So that might actually be the thing that helps me just kind of stay awake tonight. Also, my hair is kind of a mess right now because I had the windows down on the way home from work. I had a very busy day at work and it just felt so nice. I was just getting blasted by the wind. And so I've got that windswept look. And Heidi said, oh my God, Magnolia, every season gets better and better. And Monk's role, I think, becomes the real star. And Melissa's here. Hi, Melissa. Melissa says, hi, everyone. Reading To Have and To Heist. Oh. And Stina says, I'm trying to get a variety of mundane tasks done, and hopefully I will also manage to finish listening to The Island of Dr. Moreau. Oh, a classic that I have yet to read, but I need to one day. And Swank says, howdy, everybody. Happy Lost Sock Memorial Day. Happy hooray for Buttons Day, and happy Alphabet Magnet Day. Very, very nice. And Angel is here. Hi, Angel. And Angel said, hello, Alex, and hello, everyone. Magnolia says, oh, that sounds great. Heidi can't wait to watch it all, though everything Tony does is a gem. I really like it so far. Also love the Susie character a lot. Heidi says, I always get Chinese food for Mother's Day and my birthday. Very excited. That's awesome. And Kat says, I'm currently listening to Improbable Cause by J.A. Jance. It's the 5th book in the J.P. Beaumont series. I'm buddy reading it with Stormy and Carmen. That's wonderful. Hope you're enjoying it. And Kat says, I'm also doing chores waiting for Barry to get home from work. Well, when he does, tell him I said hello. And Angela says, hello, Alex and friends. And hello to you too, Angela. And Faye says, I'm reading a NetGalley arc of Is a River Alive and also want to finish another nonfic, Lighten, or maybe I should pick up a novel. I'm overdosing on nonfiction lately. Well, if you end up wanting to pick up a novel, you can always give us, 2 or 3 examples of some things you might be interested in and we could vote. And Magnolia says, I'm reading The Welcoming from Nora Roberts. Nice. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, hi, Alex. Hope you're feeling back to normal soon, or hope you feel back to normal soon. Thank you very much. Just happy to be here and happy to see you here. And Melissa says, not having a great day, but it's looking up, meeting a friend for coffee and a walk later. I'm sorry to hear that your earlier part of the day wasn't so great, but I hope you have a great time with your friend. And Nicole said, I'm reading Babel and may try starting Vanity Fair tonight. Wonderful. How are you liking Babel? I am curious because I've heard mixed reviews of it. Like some people think it's amazing, and some people think that the magic system in it, just in the writing style, just didn't really do it for them. So I'm kind of curious what camp you fall into, because I have a copy of it. I haven't read it yet. He said, hi, chat friends. And Heidi said, Alex, I am glad you're sprinting tonight. Fridays are not the same when you do not. Mets happy hour later tonight. Oh, nice. And thank you. That is so sweet. I'm happy to be a staple in everybody's Friday. And I love being here. Like, I don't like missing. If I miss, it also feels very weird for me. So I appreciate that. And yes, Mets happy hour. Hope that's fun. And Andy's here. Hi, Andy. A wave to you. And Melissa says, Nicole, how are you finding Babel? Also wanting to know. Inquiring minds want to know, Nicole. Magnolia says, health wishes to you, Alex. Thank you. And Nicole said, Melissa, good, but not sure where it's going. Okay. And Stina said, no, I love seeing everybody's special and signed editions. Okay, thank you. Well, that's good. I have a question about special editions tonight. That's one of the things I actually want to ask people about. And Diddy says, I missed last week and love to see people's beautiful books. Yeah, well, I'm happy you're back this week. And Kat said, I'm in the middle of multiple books too. The Darling Buds of May by H.E. Bates, Cozy Cottage Book Club, and The Nightingale. The Nightingale by Kristen Hanna. Bookless Thursday group read are my other 2 books. I have not read anything so far by Kristen Hanna. I have a copy of, what is it? The Great Alone, that I was actually given as a gift from a friend of mine. She had read it and just didn't want to keep it. Oh, sorry, Keaton's Keaton's waiting for my order for dinner. I'll get it to him very soon, I promise. But yeah, I haven't read anything by her yet, and I don't know anybody that's a big fan of hers. So I'm curious if you're going to end up liking The Nightingale. I think that's one of her more popular books, right? And Melissa says, Nicole just finished it about a week ago and it takes a while, but it's worth it. Awesome. And Kat says, nothing wrong with sharing your signed edition. I think it's cool. Thank you. And Nicole said, Melissa, good to know. It does seem worth it. I'm just feeling like there are a few odd question mark plot points. I have good feelings. Okay, good. And Melissa says, Nicole, remember that Babel deals in magical realism and fantasy. And Swank says, I'm reading My Life as a White Trash Zombie. Bubby. Barker. This is usually why I have to put him up in the beginning part. Hey. Barker? No. I'm sorry, guys. Give me 1 second. Barker, come here. Come here. You need to stop it. No. Stop it. Stop. Hey. Hey. No. No. Barker, go. 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 You can't behave like that. No. Oh, he's excitable because everybody's outside and just enjoying the weather. And you said it gives iZombie vibes. That was a show that Keaton really liked. I never watched that. And Nicole said, I loved Marvelous Mrs. Maisel. We just finished the entire series last week. And Zach says, hello, I'm reading Warm Pearls and Paper Cranes by Evie Bancroft. It's a World War II romance, which I'm liking, but there is a separate contemporary romance timeline that makes it too long. Oh, darn. It's a cute title for a book. I like that. And also, hello, Zach. And Nicole said, Melissa, oh, yes, completely aware of that. And Tokana is waving hello to you. Glad you could make it. And Tina says, hi, I'll be doing some things around the house and hopefully getting some pages in throughout. Wonderful. Well, hello to you too, Tina. And Tokana said, wrapping up work, going to read Gideon the Ninth after work. All right. I've heard wonderful things about that book. And Nicole says, I can see both why people like Babel as well as why it wouldn't be someone's favorite. Fair. And Melissa says, Nicole Barker. Hey. No. Thank you. All right. And Melissa says, Nicole, it wasn't a fave for me, but I'm willing to give it a reread in the future. Barker, don't start. I can tell he's like fighting within himself that he really wants to, but he's also kind of trying to listen to me. And the part where he just wants to is winning right now. Barker, hey. Hey. Hey, Barker. No. Look at me. No. Thank you. No. Shh. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, Melissa says, Nicole, it wasn't a fave for me, but I'm willing to give it a reread in the future. And Zach says, a cat, the book club for Aragon agreed with me. Too long and poorly constructed, but not mad at it. Yeah, Aragon. Okay, so of the 4 books of the series, I've read 3 of them. I've never completed the series because I got such a horrible reading slump from the second and the third book. The second book is the worst. Eldest is the worst by far, in my opinion. Aragon, for a book, wasn't awful. Like it definitely wasn't the worst thing I've ever read, but it could have been written better. And I'm still curious about Christopher Paolini's like adult work that because he's now ventured into sci-fi. So I don't really know how that's going. And Melissa says, love the Nightingale, one of my favorite books. All right. I know that one's highly rated. And Heidi says, the book with the women in the cage, I Who Never Know Men, was on sale, and I got it for $2.99 on Audible. I know it was talked up by Zach and Robert here maybe a year ago. Nice. Always good to get it on sale. Talkana said, wrapping up work, then we'll be reading The Child Thief after work. Awesome. And Stina said, I DNF the Nightingale. Okay. I just DNF the Women today, and I thought The Four Winds was kind of meh. I think I'm just not a Kristen Hanna reader. Well, Nicole, I remember her rant about, wasn't it The Women? It's the one, I know it's the one with like helicopters on the front cover, and it's got like I think it's like a reddish pink cover. I can't exactly remember, but I know that, and Nicole, you didn't like that one very much at all. And Heidi said, hey, I have a copy of The Women, maybe a candidate for the Worm next year. I don't know. I don't know. And Kat says, this is my very first Kristen Hanna. I'm really enjoying it. It's historical fiction set in France during World War II. All right. I do love a good World War II setting. And Kat says, Barker's sass. He is the sassafrasest dog that ever did live. Heidi says, Stina, I DNF a Nightingale too. And Magnolia says, cool that you watched Mrs. Maisel as well, Nicole. And Stormy's here. Hi, Stormy. Stormy says, hi, everyone. Finishing my chapters in Improbable Cause by J.A. Jance, and then Back to the Seaside Corpse by Martha Jocelyn. And Magnolia says, Babel is one of the books that is half on my wish list. Okay. And Kat says, Zach, bummed I missed the FOMO meeting. And Nicole said, LOL, it was The Women. I did a standalone review. I remember watching the parts where, where you popped off about it, and I thought it was great. And Sheena says, yeah, that's The Women, Vietnam War romance. And Magnolia says, I have never read a Kristen Hanna yet. And Zach says, Aragon was my first DNF of the year. I made it 46% in and glad I skipped the rest. Well, if you were glad to have skipped the rest of Aragon, Eldest would have possibly been one of your worst books of all time. Just saying. It's atrocious. And Stormy says Kristen Hanna writes books that I wouldn't read, so not read her. Okay. That's fair. And I also got to give you all your first question of the evening, which I said I had a question for you all about special editions. And my question for you is going to be, do you think that the book industry has gone too far with special editions of books, or do you enjoy the variety? And this one might be kind of a nuanced answer because I definitely have nuanced answers with regards to this. So curious what you all have to say. And our first sprint is going to be 45 minutes. And I've given us this a cute little like sunsetty cafe vibe that's going on here. I was kind of mixing it up a little bit. So I got to start the dryer really quick and I got to tell Keaton what my food order is. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to eat Indian food tonight. And that would be very sad. And I cannot let that happen. So, gotta, priorities. Got to take care of those things. And then I'm going to get back to reading. And I think I'm going to dive into The Martian. So, I will see you all in a little bit. And hey, I remembered to put up the timer this time. So, let's hope I don't do that again this week. And I'll see you all again later. Happy sprinting. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I made it to page, I think it was 99. Yes, 99 in The Martian. And I got like another weird moment of getting choked up while reading it because I started thinking about like myself and if I was in Mark Watney's position and like the idea of like having to communicate with my family if I managed to tell them that I had been alive all of this time and they just didn't know about it. God, it's hard. It's a lot. And I like it. I like that it's making me think about things like that because it makes the story more personal. And before we left, I asked you all the question: do you think that the book industry has gone too far with special editions of books, or do you enjoy the variety? And I'm open to very nuanced views or very black and white feeling views. I'm good with both. And I gotta go find where we were. I like that you all left so many comments. I saw that there were like 30, and I was like, dang, that's great. All right. Magnolia said, well, I love a variety, but when they print the exact same book with nothing special, only an extra chapter, that is going too far, in my opinion. But I love sprayed edges and such. All right. And Tina said, hi, Kat. Hi, Nicole. And Kat says, I enjoy the variety. I don't buy special editions often, but I like the option if it's a favorite book. Okay. Stina says, I have mixed feelings about special editions. I'm a total sucker for fancy sprayed edges or marble end papers, but I wish they'd do a real book instead of toxic romantasy junk. Okay. So you're talking about like how Iron Flame, for example, got like a ton of, different editions, for example, versus just, some standard books that don't get any special editions at all. And I would have to say that to a large degree, I would agree with you because there's certain books that I've read that to me are like perfect. They're just like masterfully done. And I don't think they ever got any different edition other than just the hardback and the paperback edition. And Kat says, hey, Tina. And Stina says, Magnolia, yeah, those extra chapter editions are such obvious cash grabs. I would have to agree with you. If you have to buy every single edition in order to read all the extra chapters, I think that's pretty crappy. I mean, I don't like it when artists do that with their albums either. And if I don't like it in one form of media, I'm not going to like it in another. And Heidi says, I like special editions that have fantastic illustrations included like they did for the Farseer trilogy. All right. I would have to agree about that. I've had some books where I was like, oh my gosh, like it was completely enhanced by the illustration. And I think that it was made better by the fact that there were illustrations, the Chris Riddell version of Neverwhere or the Graveyard book were both really fantastic. My special edition that I have of Pan's Labyrinth that they did as like it was a collaboration between Cornelia Funk or Funky. I can never remember how to pronounce her last name. And Guillermo del Toro. I love my edition of that because it's beautiful. So yeah, because I think that adds something, right? Like you're adding to the story. I think with the number of special editions that we have today, sometimes all it is it's just a different cover, right? Or it's the fact that there's a spray painted edge. What I think is so interesting is I've noticed that some books upon release, like it could be for an author I've never heard of before, or like really hasn't had any sort of acclaim, but publishers realize that people like to buy beautiful books. And so they kind of just give them the most beautiful edition that they can at the first printing, like the hardback printing of this debut novel. They get the spray painted edges, they get the foil cover, they get an embossed, book. And I think that that's interesting because I think that this is kind of an unprecedented time in terms of beautiful books because there is something to be said, especially online. If you look at people in the book community that, they show their bookshelves in the background and all the books that they collect. A lot of times it's a full shelf full of nothing but collector's edition books. And I guess I don't really have an issue with people wanting to buy special editions of things, and I don't even necessarily have a full issue with people wanting to buy special editions of books that they haven't read because I've done that. I obviously own this Easton Press edition of The Martian, and I've never read it before. This is my first reading of it. So, I think it's okay to want to collect beautiful things and you want to collect things that you genuinely believe that you will enjoy, or you're collecting them because you think that they're pretty. Do I think that every book that's ever been published, especially one that has no acclaim whatsoever, deserves like the deckled spray painted edges and to have like a fantastic foil cover? No, not necessarily. And I think that the fact that the publishers they're banking on people wanting to buy it only because it's pretty and not because of the quality of the story is very, very different than like this copy of The Martian, which it was selected to be an Easton Press edition because of its acclaim and because of how much it was well loved and because of the story. Even and I feel that way even if it's a book I don't necessarily enjoy a whole lot. Like I can recognize that a lot of other people did enjoy it, right? And so it makes sense that this is a special edition. And I would say by and large, I can't think of any special edition of a book that I own that wasn't highly regarded or acclaimed in some way. So like I have my spray painted edition of Dune, which is, one of the obviously the top selling and most loved and regarded science fiction books of all time. Does this one deserve a special edition? Absolutely. The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss, that one got a special edition. There's just certain ones I'm like, yeah, okay, it makes perfect sense. Where it really starts grating on me, because I mean, like to a certain extent, I can even forgive authors that, their publishers are just trying to get people to buy a book because they're pretty. The biggest gripe that I have, and when it really starts pissing me off, are the authors that have had such wide claim and success that they won't stop printing special editions of their book. And there is nothing else that is unique about them other than the cover. So, the best example I can give of that is Harry Potter. How many editions of Harry Potter could you go and find in the United States? Like, not even printed in other countries. If you go and look at other country printings, you're just gonna like be looking for the rest of your life. If you're looking at just in the United States, between all different publishers that have ever gained access to that IP and have ever been able to give their own like cover print box set editions, the ones where you put all the bindings together and they make an image, right? There are so many of those. The Hunger Games had, like, to a much lesser degree, special editions. I mean, they came out years and years later with the illustrated edition of it, like out of nowhere. I think it was around the same time that the prequel, the first prequel book was released. Yeah, Harry Potter's probably like my biggest gripe one that I can point towards. But yeah, there are just some books that they will be printing unique editions of them forever. And that's just what they're going to do. And I'm like, I think I only need one copy. And like once I get that one copy, I'm good. And Estina says, I have inherited some Easton Press leather-bound editions. I know they're overpriced and actually collectors look down on them, but I like having them. Yeah, I don't really care so much if anybody ever really wants to buy them from me. I enjoyed them because those are the only books that I own that I feel like when you look at them, it feels like an old library. You know what I mean? Um, and I bought them because I thought that they had value. And my favorite editions that I have from Easton Press are the ones that I got because those authors mean the most to me. You know, my Easton Press edition of The Martian Chronicles, signed by Ray Bradbury, is one of my most treasured signed books that I own. So regardless of whether another person wants to buy it from me, I'm like, well, I'm with you. I'm like, I like having it, and I don't expect that I'm going to make my money back on them necessarily. I could potentially, maybe one day. And when I initially bought them, I hoped that I would. I mean, I think most people, when they make any sort of investment, hope that they'll get some, you know, at least what they paid for it back one day. I don't know that that would happen. But I'm fully willing to to accept that, because I had a set amount of money that I was willing to spend, and I never bought any more of them after that money that I spent. So I haven't actually bought any new Easton Press books in three 3 or 4 years. So it's been a while. And Melissa says, personally, I think they have gone too far. Not everyone had, or not everyone wants a special edition. And I agree with you. And the idea too of like creating a false scarcity as well, it is just from a business like background, like a marketing background, is something that irritates me, because they can drive up the price of something simply because they don't have that many available, and that doesn't mean that it's worth that price. I mean, it is. Okay. One of the biggest things in business is, something is worth whatever another person is willing to pay for it, right? So like if they're selling some limited edition, there's only 200 copies that are going to be printed in the world, and you can buy one for $250, and that's your favorite book of all time above anything else, and it's worth $250 for you. I would never tell you not to buy it. I'd be like, pop off, have a wonderful time. I'm happy for you that that would be meaningful. But if you were to look at me, if it's a book that I haven't read or a book that I don't like, and say, is that worth $250? Obviously, I'm going to say that it's not, right? So you have to then find, like we were saying previously, you have to find another person who also thinks that it's worth at least that much money. And I think that with the influx of special editions that we have in the world, people are going to start finding that to be difficult. And I think some people experience that with like Iron Flame, you know, and Fourth Wing, and excuse me, those books too. What was the other one? Onyx Storm. I think I actually remembered all of them. Good job, me, because I haven't read any of them. But I remember I was walking around in a discount bookstore where they only sell used books, and I saw one of those like spray painted edges editions there that was like heavily discounted, and I just remember thinking, somebody would have like fought for that at the time that it came out, and people are now they're just basically giving them away at discount shops. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean even people who initially buy them, who think that like they want a special edition, that they're even going to keep them. The newness, the excitement kind of wears off in certain cases after a while. Magnolia says, Skeleton, I respectfully disagree that Romantasy isn't a real book. Also, here is my country. Oh, here in my country. Sorry, that was me. Here in my country, normal fantasy books also have sprayed edges or cozy fantasy, but also some other genres as well. I mean, we definitely have different, like a variety of genres that have spray painted edges, Magnolia, for sure. I think what Stina is saying is there was a huge influx of specific romantasy books that were getting all the attention. You know, they were getting doctored up and prettied up in every way possible. And it seemed like there were a lot of other books, like regular fantasy books, for example, that were not getting that treatment. And I think that that's what she's getting at. Emily said, "Hi, all, and hello to you. Reading a hodgepodge of things this evening. It's been a stressful, emotional week at work and glad to have time away for a bit." I am with you. It has been the same for me. It's been a whirlwind to say the least. So I hope that you can have a wonderful, calm evening and a wonderful and calm weekend. Faye says, "I'm not a special edition kind of person. I understand them for really popular favorites a few years after publication, but so many are just for the money, and to me it seems wasteful." Would completely agree with you. Cena said, "Magnolia, I'm sure there are real romanticies, but I'm talking about the toxic relationship ones." Magnolia says, "Stina, okay. Then I understood it wrong. Never read about such a relationship, to be honest, so can't give my opinion on that." Well, that means that you're reading stuff that feels wholesome, Magnolia. I mean, that's good. Stina says, "I'm starting to see more sprayed edges on other books. I have special ordered T Kingfishers coming out in, I think, July, but I suppose those are romantasy too." I get, yeah, the only T Kingfisher that I've read was Nettle and Bone, and that, yeah, I mean, it was a fantasy that had a romance in it. I wouldn't call it romantasy necessarily, only because the romance was not the core of the story. It was kinda just something that happened in the story, but so I guess all of her books have a romance. It doesn't say that, okay, that's a thing. I'm sure you all know this by now, but I don't mind a book that has a romance in it. I just don't typically read romance books. There we go. Emily says, "Publishers are making money off people who collect books." Yes, which is not me. So, not really for me to say if it's too far. More broadly, I do wish the US didn't have such a hyper focus on consumerism. Yeah, I would have to agree with you. And I mean, if you think about it, the top 5 publishers are all, they're here. And so whatever the people in the US want, that's gonna be stuff that's pushed out kind of, at least in European countries, but I would say broadly, probably across the world. Um, and we're just, we as a consumeristic society are encouraging other people to be as consumeristic as us, which is kind of sad to think about. And Stina said, "Murderbot needs sprayed edges." I am surprised that Murderbot doesn't have sprayed edges, or maybe not, even if it's not sprayed edges, just like, I don't know, a deckled edges. Is there a single one of their books that are even like deckled? Because I love a good deckled book. Some people don't like that. I love it. Magnolia says, "I don't know. I thought T. Kingfisher was cozy mystery." No, not mystery. Definitely not mystery. It's not, um I can only speak for the, obviously, the one book that I read. So like Nettle and Bone, I don't know if I could necessarily call it cozy either. It was not super high stakes to read, and it wasn't high fantasy. Um, it was kind of, I don't know. It was a gentle fantasy that played on, some like fairy tale stories that you had heard previously, but took them in kind of like a new twist and a new direction. And then, you kind of build a relationship with the characters that our main character ends up going around with, right? So she like meets people along her journey who are going to help her, and they all have unique and individual personalities. And so I liked it. I liked the story. And Stina says, "Well, she writes a variety, including children's books about a hamster princess." No romance. That's cute. I didn't know she did that. And Princess is here. Hello. Emily says, Emily, I agree. That's why I use the library or thrift books, then donate them back to the thrift store. But some people take advantage of my library. They don't even live here, but use up all the ebooks or audiobooks. A lot of libraries are a part of like at least from my understanding, are a part of a shared system where people from multiple locations, like across your state, can all pull from the same library. So at least where I live, If you have access to like facility of my library, which people across the state can, yeah, they have very limited number of ebooks. And so whenever I try to go and like look for an ebook on Libby or look for an audiobook, which I have attempted, like with the Terror, I attempted to find the audiobook and it was just so booked so far out, there was no way I could get it. I also have not had much luck with that at all, unless it's a book that people really just don't care about reading. And then I might be able to find it. But if it's something popular, I would have to be waiting for weeks because there's just people from all over who want to read it. And Stina says, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't a lot of our book supply come from China? If so, this year is going to be very interesting for the US publishing industry. I wouldn't be surprised if they're printed in China. I mean, to be honest with you, Stina, I've never heard about it. I've never thought about where they're printed, but now I'm curious and I want to look it up, and I might do that during our next sprint. That's a great question. Zach says, I'm not a special edition girly. Conceptually, I'm kind of neutral. It's hard to parse whether it's throwing money at things that are already popular that could be better spent elsewhere, or if it's something for a different kind of fan than I can identify with. I think that if you're somebody that is going to spend money on a special edition, it has to be for you and not the belief that anybody else is ever going to equate the same value to that book. And I have not always been somebody who thought that. Years and years ago, I used to think that I was like, well, obviously, if I find that it to be that valuable, then somebody else is going to too. It's like, not necessarily, especially if there's a great supply for whatever it is that you are buying, right? Like if you could turn around and try to sell it and you're competing with 15 other people that are trying to sell the same book, how are you necessarily going to be different than anybody else? So, yeah, I mean, if you have limited funds to be able to buy books and you could buy one special edition book or you could buy 5 regular books, I would 100% always say, buy the greater volume of books unless the one special edition is something that you plan to keep and you don't want to get rid of it anytime soon, if ever. You're just gonna die owning that book. There's some books that I own that I'm like, it's gonna be here when I die, unless I sell all my possessions and like go live in a van. I can't guarantee that that wouldn't happen, but from what I can tell right now, they're gonna be here a long time. And Christina says, hi, Alex. A hello to you. Reading Earthsea. Woohoo. I don't think I will continue the series. Didn't realize was children's fiction. Oh, okay. Bummed. Wonder if it will feel same to read Harry Potter. Now hesitant to read Harry Potter. I mean, especially the earlier books of Harry Potter definitely feel more children's oriented than the later books, because J.K. Rowling kind of wrote the books to like grow up with the readers a little bit, like the way that she wrote them. I think it's more, would mature be the best way to describe it? I don't know. But like the themes and everything get darker the further that you go. He said special editions are pretty to look at, but tend not to want to read them. They become decorations. I do not get making books that are a couple years old a special edition. It's just a marketing gimmick. Okay. And I can understand your feelings about that 100%. Now, I will say one of my big pet peeves are people who buy books and then they're special editions and then they won't read them because they are a special edition. So like my copies that I have, and I spent good money on this that I could have spent on something else. I would never let these books just sit on a shelf forever and look at them and go, oh, well, those are my Easton Press editions. Like I'll never read them. No, they're books. They deserve to be read. They were printed to be read. And just because it might be more valuable, that's not going to stop me from picking them up. So that's another thing that I have like a really big pet peeve about, is like, don't buy a book only to look at it. I mean, I guess you can. It's not my money. Do with whatever you want. But in my library, that would never be something I would do. And Zach said, I did pre-order a signed copy of Ghost Girls and Rabbits by Cassandra Windwalker, but that was because it was the same price as unsigned and to celebrate the fact I was the first person to pre-order it. Okay, that's cool. I like it. Angela said, I'm sure there's a market for them or they wouldn't be publishing them. If I fall in love with the book, I'll definitely purchase a special edition of it if one exists. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because I can say right now that there are certain like books that I've read that are 5 stars that if I ever saw a really unique special edition, obviously not something that was priced stupidly, but just something that I could reasonably get and feel good about buying. There's certain ones I probably would get a special edition of them just because I know that they're that valuable to me. And Robert says special editions. Hi, Robert. Various themed or the same book with different covers, spray edges. That's out of hand. I do love Folio, Cemetery Dance, and Suntup Press editions. Yeah, I do love my Folio editions that I have. They're pretty cool. And I give them credit for that. And I also will give them credit that they are less expensive in a lot of cases than going out and buying a leather bound edition of a book. And they print them in such a way that honestly, like the quality of the paper, the quality of the way, even just like the way that the book opens, in a lot of cases is nicer than like some of these other companies that are, more high end, or meant to make your library look more sophisticated. So it's funny because Folio is another like group that at the time I was buying my Folio editions at the same time I was buying my Easton Press editions, and I paid for them out of the same like pool of money that I let myself spend. And then when I didn't have that anymore, I didn't buy any more editions. So when I got my last Easton Press book, it was the last time I had my last Folio Society edition too. So it's just, yeah, it's been a long time. And Magnolia says, well, for a moment I was reading with my eyes closed. After that next chat, I'm going to do another sprint, I suppose. Are you sure? It sounds like you need to go to bed. Faye says, I read 4% of Is a River Alive by Robert McFarlane and cleaned my fish tank. Nice. And Tina says, got some things done around the house and read 7 pages. Woohoo! I need to do laundry. Denise says, no reading for me. My son, Andy, walked in right when you said Andy's here. Paused the chat and listened to the rest when he went out to the garage. Awesome. Delcana said, if I were a book dragon, I'd want all those books that have the pretty painted edges, but I'm not. Makes walking through the bookstore fun, though. I can keep them, or I say keep them coming. I understand that, too. Nicole says it made it to page 24. And Swank says, hey, they have to make money, and there definitely is the audience for it. Yes. There is, up until the point when they're going to have to discount the special editions because they overprinted, right? And they don't have enough people that want the special editions, and all of a sudden you can get this really adorable, gorgeous copy of whatever book at like, half the price. And Nicole says special editions are nice, but not if they delay the release of the paperback version. Oh yeah. Okay. That is something too that I could see. I can't think of an example off the top of my head where that's happened, but if they do that, that's terrible. Nicole says, I regret not getting the special edition of Cloud Cuckoo Land. Oh, yeah. So this is going to sound so stupid. I have waited to buy Cloud Cuckoo Land until I know what version of it that I want, because that is one of my favorite books of all time. And whenever I get it, it's going to be the one that I have forever, because the version that I read was from the library. And I read the hardback edition, and I have found a hardback edition at like a Barnes & Noble, and it was printed in a way where like the paper color was wrong. Like I can't even begin to explain to you. There was just something about the way that the book looked that was wrong, and I hated it. I didn't want the paperback edition. And whenever I've gone and tried to thrift a book and they've had editions of Cloud Cuckoo Land, people have beat the ever living crap out of them. So I didn't want to buy those. So I'm still trying to figure out which version it is that I want. But I will have one day. And Nicole says, "Hi, Tina." Delcana says, "Signed off work. Woohoo! Listen to some Gideon the Ninth. Probably will switch to the Child Thief in the next sprint." Awesome. Denise says, "I love the special editions. Smart move on the book industry. They're starting to do more special editions of regular editions. For the most part, I don't read fantasy and definitely not romantasy." With you. And Nicole's here. Hi, Nicole. Nicole says, "I prefer older books with real cover art. A sprayed edge doesn't do much for me, but some OG Terry Pratchett covers or vintage horror books look awesome." Yeah, Terry Pratchett's like illustrator that he had for all those years for, every first edition of his books that came out. It's amazing how different they are compared to the editions that they're printing today. It's like not even comparable. And Zach says, "A funk, like the music genre, is the most accurate anglicized version, but funka is more accurate. The U is a familiar to do a oo, but not quite. So funka. Oh, as for Cornelia Funk." And Heidi says, "I love bending the spine of a mass market paperback and folding the corner down as a bookmark." Oh, if it's an old paperback with yellow pages, even better. I do mostly listen to audiobook and get library books. I think like a really old already beat up copy of a book is probably the only one that I could do that with and not feel so bad, but I've been trying really hard to get over that and to, accept the idea of like if I find a book and I want to annotate it or something, instead of getting out my like little sleeves that I have to go over the text so that I don't actually write on the page, it's like, why don't I just take a pencil and just like lightly underline something? I've done that and been like, okay, maybe it's not so bad. And Storm says, "Oh, Heidi, I just about fainted when I read that." Magnolia says, "I have a vintage book that has blue edges, so a vintage sprayed edition, actually. That's cool." And you said, "I do bend the spine because some books are not readable otherwise, but I never ever bend the page corner." It's called dog earing a book in the US, Magnolia. That's what we call it, dog earing it. And Melissa says, "Personally, I really like the Harry Potter illustrated editions. Remember that the Bloomsbury editions didn't have any illustrations in them." I would say for Harry Potter, the illustrated editions added something new, right? Again, so that kind of goes back to like, I think illustrations add something. And I don't mind those editions at all. And in fact, I think that they look quite nice. The ones I'm talking about are all of the versions of the books that were reprinted that nothing changed but the cover and the spine. So it's when, you look at it and that I remember not long ago, I say not long ago, it's probably been years now. They came out with like all new paperback versions that had like sketched covers. Every single one of the covers was drawn as like an old charcoal sketch. And ones where if like you lined up the spines, they made Hogwarts, and stuff like that, where it seemed like they had to keep finding some way to get fans to want to buy them, to like buy new editions. But it's weird because that doesn't make it accessible for new readers. Like if you're trying to appeal to new readers, if you're selling things only as a box set, right? It's so in order to get the spine, people might not be as interested in buying those. And then the other ones where like they're all the illustrated covers, while they were doing the illustrated covers, they were releasing yet another set of a different like series that had different illustrations on the cover. And it's like, if I was somebody that was trying to only buy the ones that matched, and when I went back to the store every time, I couldn't find the one that matched the one that I bought previously because they just came out with another edition, I would be pissed off. Because I mean, the original ones weren't like that. They all had a uniform look to them. So you knew if you were looking for the sorcerer's stone, or you were looking for the goblet of fire, you were going to be able to find the one version that you needed. And I don't really think that you can do that anymore, at least from my experience of just looking around. That's what I've noticed. And Heidi said, Storm, it's so rare I get an old vintage paperback that I own anymore. Melissa says, when they were first issued. Oh, yeah, the Bloomsbury ones they had, like, the tiny little illustration above, like, the chapter heading, and that was it. And Denise says, "Just bought the Easton Press edition of To Kill a Mockingbird a few minutes before your live stream started. Oh, fun. Only because I went to reread it, and I got sucked in by an ad and got it for 75% off." Nice. And Storm says, I am not that impressed with special editions because mostly it's going to sit on your shelf and the cool sprayed edges not seen unless you turn your book and then yeah, your book when that with that showing, which is weird. Yeah, I do think it's funny. Some people do that though. Like I've noticed booktubers that in order to show, I don't know, the spray painted edges or whatever, they have to situate them on their bookshelves in such a way that they can show you what kind of edition. So it could be that they, lay them flat and show the spray painted edges that way. I've seen people who like will pull books out of the shelf and they'll like turn them a little bit in front of the other books so you can't see the books that are behind, just so you can see like what special edition, excuse me, they have of that book that they want to show you. It's kind of funny. Zena says, I don't buy books as investments. I buy what I buy because I want to own it. There you go. And I don't think it's so bad to want to go back to just owning physical media. Keaton has been somebody, and he just got home, that for a little while now he's been trying to convince me, like, we should buy the things that we want to own instead of everything being on streaming services, instead of all the music being on Spotify. And not talking about like it'd be too difficult to own like every movie we've ever liked, right? Or every album. Like you just, there's not enough room. But certain things that you really resonate with, there's no problem wanting to own a physical copy. And I definitely am starting to feel that way about my books as well, of just that sense of having it digitally is nice, and having it and being able to go to the library is great. But I think there's always going to be those books that I love so much that I'm going to just have to get a copy of them. And that's not super rare, or that, excuse me, it is pretty rare that happens. But I think that's just always going to happen. And maybe that's the small bit of consumerism that I have in me. It's like, it's just nice to own things that bring us comfort. And Storm says, Heidi, I collect vintage. And Denise says, I was auto-enrolled when I bought it, though. We'll cancel the membership unless the next book is one I have read and know that I like. Cinda says, last time I bought a vintage book at a UBS, the owner tutted at the gift inscription inside, not an author signature, and said it reduced the value. I love that stuff. I haven't gone back. Yeah, I have had some books as well that they were made out to family members. My one copy I can think of off the top of my head is Stephen King's Under the Dome. I own a hardback edition and everything. When you open it up, I think somebody like gave it to their dad as like a birthday gift or something. And I remember opening it and being like, I guess they didn't want to keep that, but I like it. I really love that book. Heidi says the Devil's Special Edition cover was sent out upside down. Oh, that's fun. That's great. Storm says, I prefer the old vintage covers, and some came with sprayed edges of red, yellow, or blue and were just normal editions. Yeah. Well, that's the thing is I think we're going to start getting to that point, and we're already seeing that. Hi, honey. Hi, yay. Thank you. Is we're going to get to that point where that is the norm again. And Magnolia says, I love both. I love the brand new sprayed edge books, but I also love the vintage books. I just love books. There. I think we all can agree with that. And Stina says, there is often usually a fairy tale aspect to T. Kingfisher's work. Bryony and Rose is a sort of retelling of Beauty and the Beast. Okay. Bryony and roses, like biryani, like the Indian dish. I just realized I don't think I've seen it written before, but I know what biryani is. And Heidi says, yes, my library has 3 counties to pull books. Mm-hmm. And Nicole says, my library is tiny and is part of the hated North Carolina system, and the hold times are crazy. So I pay a yearly fee for a membership to a larger city library in my state to have access to more titles on Libby. That makes sense. There's a private library near me that is massive. It's huge. And I've thought about getting a membership to them as well. I just don't want to pay $100 to do that. Cause I'm like, okay, if I were to pay you $100 for the books that I'm going to get from you for the year, I could have probably just bought them and cheaper for the total number I'm going to get. So that's why I haven't done it. I like to visit there though. I mean, they're not going to kick me out just because I'm not from there. So I've gone and just sat in their library and read before, and it's been nice. And Magnolia says, I have A Wizard's Guide to Defensive Baking. Yes, I know of that book on my wish list by T. Kingfisher. I thought that is at least cozy. A mystery. I don't know. It does sound cozy. Nicole says that $45 a year is much cheaper than other subscription services for audiobooks. Yeah, I guess it must also depend on the library, because $45 a year is pretty good. Like $80 to $100 is pretty standard around where I live. So it's like, oh. Heidi said, Wizard of Earthsea felt adult to me. And B is here. Hi, B. Good to see you. And B says, hi, A. Cannot join in. Have fun all. Well, thank you for coming and saying hi. And Kat says, I made it to chapter 6 in my book, Barry is Home. Hi, Barry. We are having a stuffed artichoke for dinner. Ooh, I love artichoke. Oh, and watch a movie or start the 2nd season of Kingdom. Have fun. Also, anybody who could potentially be interested in going to see a movie in theaters, Sinners was really great. Keaton and I had a super fun time. My only warning I could give is that is a horny movie. It's not a romance. It's rated R. Keaton's laughing from the other room. It is a horny movie, but it's good horror, and it was really excellent storytelling and had fantastic music. And it was fun. And Zach says there's better stuff than the Wizard Boy books by Jeepers Creepers Rolling. I just got the first Skandar book by A.F. Stedman. I've never heard of that. That's cool. And Magnolia said, I also just do read my special editions. Also, I mostly just choose one edition and don't get a normal and a special edition both. Yeah, that's the other thing is like sometimes you end up collecting multiple editions and it's like, which one do you want? I have a couple books that I have multiple editions of, but not very many, like at all. I do think it might be 3, but probably only 2. Unless I already have the normal version and my fave book is all of a sudden coming out in a very beautiful edition. Yeah, I'm kind of weird about the 2 or 3 books that I have double editions. I don't want to get rid of the first one I bought because that one is the one that I read and fell in love with. But then I liked it so much I got a special edition, and then I just weirdly have 2. Though I have been in some situations, I think of one off the top of my head where I bought a special edition of a book and then realized I didn't also need that one and was like, okay, this is kind of silly. So I gave it away to a friend. So I kept the edition I originally read because that one was sentimental, and I gave the special edition away to somebody else who I thought would love it, and he ended up really liking the story. And Nicole says some people buy special editions like collector's items that you never take out of the box. Everyone has their thing. Yes, they absolutely do. And I will stand by the fact that it's not my money. So other people are entitled to do with their money whatever they want. I have my personal preferences, but I'm not going to tell somebody else that they can't do something. And Storm says, Nicole, yeah, everyone has their thing. And Magnolia says, I am not doing another sprint. It says just this chat and then I will leave. Okay. And it has been a long discussion. And Stormy says, so should special editions be print on demand? Then they wouldn't have extras. That would be hard. You know why? Because depending on the popularity of the book, multiple companies get claims to making special editions, sometimes at the same time. So I don't really know how that would work. I mean, I guess you would just have to try to advertise really hard that your special edition is the better one and try to have people buy from you directly. I don't know. Nicole says, you love Cloud Cuckoo too. It's so good. I do. I love Cloud Cuckoo Land with my entire heart. And I, oh my God, that book wrecked me in the best possible way. And I think about it honestly, regularly. That's how good that book was. And Alex is here. Hi, Alex. Alex says, morning, everyone. It's been a while. How is everyone doing? I'm doing okay, Alex. Thank you. How are you? How's work been? And Nicole says, I've noticed that with the used editions too, why has everyone read it in the dirt? Yeah, I don't know. They completely destroy the dust jackets. They smudge up the outer edge of the books. Sometimes the spines are actually deformed. I'm like, maybe they had a conniption when they were reading it. You know, it was like such an intense catharsis that they like threw the book across the room. I don't really know. Kat says, I have Cloud Cuckoo Land in hardcover, but not a special edition. Well, the hardcover is a beautiful edition, so you don't necessarily need anything else. And Denise says, Nicole, I read Cloud Cuckoo Land in January, my first book of the year, 5 stars. Definitely a reread. Yes, it is. I love it. And Denise, yes. And Angela said, it's nice to have different special editions to choose from when you decide to purchase one. That's fair. Yeah. It is fun. It's fun to browse. That is one thing I have found in my life is browsing is very fun. Even if I spend no money, I just like to look at things that I could potentially buy. Nicole says, so I put Cloud Cuckoo Land on my wish list now because of you. I guess you recommend. I do. For fair warning, there are parts that are very, very, very sad. They're devastating. Like not even just very sad, just devastating. But worth it. And Nicole said, I do think it's funny that a few years ago we used to laugh at the funny trend in the 70s of spraying the book edges. I didn't know that that was a 70s specific thing. Melissa says, I know what you mean. And Nicole says, with some books, if they're super popular but came out over 4 years ago, reprints may be necessary so the books don't look dated, aka Harry Potter. Again, I would agree with that if multiple new editions weren't coming out at the same time. But they are. There are so many editions of them, but like with Hunger Games, for example, you know, them trying to maybe appeal to a different audience years later by coming out with an illustrated edition, I didn't necessarily think that that was so weird. Heidi said, Magnolia, I was thinking the same thing about Cloud Cuckoo Land. And Nicole said, Harry Potter clearly leaned into the market. Oh, absolutely. That's, I mean, why she made so much money. That's why she became, you know, so famous is she had a great marketing team. So I get that. Also, I wanted to ask for anybody who, oh my God, why did I just blank on the title of that book? It's one of my favorite books. Dear God, Pachinko. There we go. For anybody who read Pachinko and didn't tell me how you felt about it, please tell me whether or not you loved it because I want to know. I love it so much. Nicole said, yes, everyone read Cloud Cuckoo Land, so they'll come out with another special edition. Denise said, I have 5 editions of Anne of Green Gables. The most expensive one was only $25, though. I love that book. Well, that's not wild and crazy, and I think that's actually pretty cute. Nicole says, you can buy kits to spray your own edges. That's true. I've also seen some people print like stickers on their Cricut where they go and they like print out whatever pattern they want to be the white part of the edge, and then they stick it on, and then they go and they do the spray, they wrap the book in paper, do the spray painted edge, and then like carefully peel the stickers off. And I do think that that's pretty genius. It's pretty fun. I also saw you can buy custom spray painted edges on Etsy for like any book that you want. Which at that point I would just do it myself if I'm going to pay that kind of money. But some people on Etsy came up with even prettier versions than what you could buy at the store. So, I mean, I don't know. I got to hand it to them, I guess, and tip my hat to them. Kat says, hopping off. Thanks for sprints, Alex. Happy weekend, everyone. I only did, I think, the one sprint so far because we've been talking so long, but thank you for coming, Kat. Everyone send back to Kat. Magnolia says, I don't do digital, only physical books for me. Heidi said, there is an entire movie based on a note in a book, Serendipity, with John Cusack. Oh, that sounds fun. Medium John Silver, hello. Welcome. He said, I have multiple editions of the Adventures and Memoirs of Sherlock Holmes, illustrated, complete all stories, and annotated. That's cool. Angela said, buy what you love if you have the means to do it. Some buy handbags, some buy sneakers, some buy cars, some buy homes. I buy lovely books. Yes, it all goes back to that phrase, it could be drugs, right? Stormy says, since I collect older books, I think it's fun to see who owned it. Some even write their rating, LOL, like, good. That's great. I've never got a used book where somebody wrote their rating in it, but I'll be on the lookout for that now. Robert says, Keaton, I'm going with bacon double cheeseburger for Five Guys. We got Indian food, and Keaton brought me home paneer tikka masala with naan. Super happy. And Medium John Silver says, an annotated edition is usually more worthwhile than an edition with a different cover. I would have to agree, because again, that adds something to the story. And Alex says, morning, everyone. What did I miss? Just a bunch of gabbing. So you're joining right in. Oh, all the solicitors are coming out, like out of the woodwork. And I'm really hoping Keaton does not answer the door, because this is like the second person today. I've gotten a notification that they're at my door. They rang the doorbell and doing a little knock. That guy, I swear he was here earlier. And he's back. No. Oh God, Keaton answered the door. Okay, I'm gonna find out what he wants. I wish he wouldn't answer the door. All right, Heidi says, Gareth at Books, Song, and Magic just did a review for The Sinners. Did he like it, Heidi? And Storm says, I am safe so far from special editions, as none of my favorite books have special editions. Sina says, there's a UK publisher putting out facsimile editions of early Agatha Christie books. This is going to bankrupt me. Oh. And Alex says, work has been fine, but I've been really busy in my free time recently, which is why I haven't commented in a while. That's totally okay. Don't worry about it. You're available when you're available. Nicole says, I just heard Keaton go, I'm good, thank you. Great. And Nicole says, I thought I was going to make it through Cloud Cuckoo Land until Tree and Moon got me. Oh. Just crying. Yeah. That was the part of the book where I was ugly crying. That like I couldn't stop sobbing and I had to put the book down. I did make it through. Like when something so horrible happens in a book, you're like, am I going to be able to finish this? But it's written so beautifully that you can't not read it. That was that moment in Cloud Cuckoo Land. And Robert says, Nicole, library books, more than a few I picked look like someone used them as their plate for spaghetti and meatballs. Yeah, definitely. Ew. And Jamie's here. Hi, Jamie. Jamie says, happy Friday to all. Stina said, I thought Pachinko was a slog. I'm sorry to hear that. Nicole said, my review of Pachinko will be out tomorrow. Nice. Denise said, I really like Pachinko. Gave it 4 stars. Woohoo. I know that Angela really loved it and gave it 5, and that made me happy. Melissa says, can we read sometime soon? Yes, sorry. Our chats don't normally go this long. There's just been a lot to talk about. And Magnolia says, I'm going to go. Bedtime for me. Have a lovely time. All bye. Bye, Magnolia. Stina says, Medium John Silver. I have 2 volume bearing gold somewhere. Night to Magnolia. And Nicole said she'll be filming next sprint. Medium John Silver says, Stina, bearing gold is what I have to. I have waited for years to finally buy it. He said, oh, my husband always answers the door. Why? Melissa says, can we do a reading soon? I come to these to read, not socialize. Well, some people come to socialize too, but I'm getting to the end of the comments here. And Telkana says, trying to contact you about your car's extended warranty. Heidi said, yes, Gareth, loved it, especially the soundtrack. That's awesome. It's got a great soundtrack. Nicole says, same. I ugly cried from there almost to the end. Yes. Angel said, I was driving home one day last week and I got the notification that someone was at my door and I just drove past my house. I wouldn't have to deal with it. And Nicole said, it was great. That's awesome. And Jamie said, if you're talking about the movie Sinners, yes, that's what I'm talking about. I've seen it twice and absolutely love it. It's beautifully shot and my favorite movie of the year so far. Yeah, it was absolutely fantastic. So I'm glad that other people have enjoyed it too. Very highly rated right now too. All right, after that, thank you all. That was a very long discussion. I think that's probably the longest discussion I've had on sprints one evening so far. So I'll definitely get us into our next 45-minute sprint here, and I'll give you all your next question, which I doubt will be quite quite as many comments. But your next question is going to be when you think of cult classic movie, like the term cult classic movie, what are the first 2 movies that come to mind and why? And then Zach said, why isn't this? Uh-oh, there we go. Zach says, I answer the door and say, I'm going to waste your time. I'm sure that I'm sure that always intrigues and mildly terrifies people. And Heidi says, yes, Melissa, I wish it was chatting the whole time. I could never read during the sprint. And Nicole says, LOL. All right. Well, I will get us our chat pulled up here. And thank you all so much for the lovely discussion. And I'm going to go eat some food. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Did a little bit more reading on my Kindle. And before we left, I asked you all the question, when you think of a cult classic for a movie, what are the first two that come to mind and why? Let's see what you all had to say. Let's see, Heidi said, I love when you have a book-related question versus the stinky feet cheese scenarios. Yeah, I try to still regularly come up with book-related questions, but I feel like I've asked so many that sometimes I like run a little dry to try to come up with one, so it can take a little bit. Some days I'm not exactly up to snuff, and all I can come up with, with are the funky would you rather questions. Sheena says The Thing and Rocky Horror Picture Show. Both excellent answers. And Nicole said Psycho and Rocky Horror Picture Show because one is amazing and the other is objectively not good but has a cult following anyway. Is this one of those scenarios where you want us to guess which one you're talking about? And Stina says The Thing has an awesome board game. Rocky Horror is just so campy. Rocky Horror is extremely campy. I've only seen it once, but I had a lot of fun because I went to a public viewing of it, and everybody got to throw the toilet paper and yell at the screen and stuff like that. And we had a lot of fun. Heidi said Rocky Horror and Rock and Roll High School movies I watched 100 times as a teenager. I think I saw the midnight show of Rocky Horror about 4 times as soon as I could drive. That's great. And Stina said, I just noticed that the timer features Cafe Genesee. I guess it does. Yes. Cafe Genesee. Heidi said, Stina, what is that? I just thought it was an imitation of Nighthawks from Edward Hopper. I think she's referring to it would be funny to have a cafe that says like je ne sais quoi, like I do not know. But I guess je ne sais would just be I do not. It would be cafe I do not, which would be kind of weird. Christina says Rocky Horror and Napoleon Dynamite. Okay. I can't think of Napoleon Dynamite without laughing. And if you all love Rocky Horror, try to find a showing and join in the fun. Yes, absolutely. Swing says Rocky Horror Picture Show. Need you ask? Rock and Roll High School and the Ramonas? I've never heard of the last one. And honestly, I don't know if I've really heard of Rock and Roll High School that you all keep mentioning. Sounds like it would be fun though, for a movie that I've never watched. And Princess says Pulp Fiction and Valley of the Dolls. Okay, Pulp Fiction was one of mine as well. I'm curious if you all will say my second one. And Swank says Princess, nice. And Alex says Pulp Fiction and Jennifer's Body. Okay, I feel like these two are always called cult classics and have a dedicated cult following that didn't reflect the theater numbers at the time of release. He's in here, honey. He's fine. Oh, okay. Sorry, he's going to walk Barker so he can get some exercise. Jennifer's Body I have never heard of. Heidi says, Swank, I love when Joey sings to PJ Souls in her bedroom. Robert says, I'm rereading Area X, the Southern Reach trilogy, by the way. Nice! Keaton would be thrilled. Movies, 1951, The Thing. All right. And James Arness plays the monster. And Forbidden Planet, the first time humans landed on another planet in a flying saucer. That sounds like so much fun. And Stina says, Heidi, I can kind of see that je ne sais pas in French is I do not know. Oh, yeah, then I messed up. Je ne sais. Oh, well, ne has to have the pa at the end to be not, right? So I don't really know what it would say then because je ne sais, the ne wouldn't mean anything, right? I don't know. In informal speech, the pa gets dropped a lot or the whole thing just gets mumbled to je ne pas. Oh. Okay. So I guess if you drop that, it could potentially be I do not know. I still think that's funny too. That's great. And Medium John Silver says classic cult movie Double Indemnity and Citizen Kane at the high end, Plane 9 from Outer Space at the low end. I unfortunately haven't seen any of those. I feel like it's a crime that I have not seen Citizen Kane. Double Indemnity, I've heard of people talk about, but not nearly as much. And I have never heard of Plane 9 from Outer Space. And Tessa says hello, and hello to you too, Tessa. And you said, I'm not big on movies. I rarely watch them anymore. That's totally fine. And Faye says, Newsies bombed at box office but gained so much love over time. It was turned into a popular Broadway musical. Okay. And Clue bombed at box office but became one of the most beloved comedies of all time. Yeah, I have a friend who's obsessed with the movie Clue. I still need to see it. And Nicole says, filmed a video and read 3 pages. Nice. Medium John Silver says, in the sprint, I read the short story In the Abyss by H.G. Wells. Once I started reading it, I knew I read it before within the last 2 years. I've had that happen to me too. And Tina says, gotta head out. Thank you for sprints. I will try to catch you later if you're still on. All right, well, have a wonderful evening if I don't see you again. And Alex says, I got out of bed and ready for the day in that sprint, so hopefully I'll be productive in the next one. Hey, you're celebrating your Saturday, which is lovely. And Jamie said, Rocky Horror Picture Show and Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. Okay. That's awesome. Nobody has said my second one yet, so I'll tell you all. My other one that I would have picked is The Fifth Element. And Denise said, read 25 pages on page 65, Tremors. Not sure if it's considered a cult classic, but my husband watched it a lot. I would say Tremors is considered a cult classic to a certain extent. And Nicole said, yes, I'll let everyone decide for themselves. And you said, Jamie, I love Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I have never seen that either. Zach says, Lair of the White Worm and Manos, the Hand of Fate. The first one is legitimately good. The second one is legitimately awful, but very funny. Okay. I love it. And Stina says, I took care of a bunch of financial paperwork, lots to go, picked out a new doctor, and started planning for my trip to Missouri. Woohoo! That's great. During my sprint, you all probably saw me eating my paneer tikka masala, and I was very, very happy to be eating that. I feel so much better now. It always feels better, one, to have an appetite, which is something that I've been struggling with lately. So it was nice to actually want to eat, and 2, to feel satisfied after having eaten something. So I'm like, okay. And I had a bunch of leftovers, so I get to eat it tomorrow too. And it's always better the second day. So I'm happy with that. Denise says, Little Shop of Horrors. Absolutely. Little Shop of Horrors is great. Both the original and the musical version or the remake one that they did are fun. Nicole says Scott Pilgrim. Okay. And Stina says, Je ne sais quoi. I know not what. The negation is ne pas. Right. So that's what I thought. You had to have the pa on the end in order for the negation to be complete. But you said that sometimes people drop the pa off informally and the ne is enough. So I was like, okay. And Denise said, I remember going to a midnight showing of Attack of the Killer Tomatoes as a teen. Oh, that's great. And then Stina said, plain negation, that is nerine is nothing. Okay. Ha. So je ne sais pas and je ne sais quoi and nerine. Yeah, I unfortunately do not remember much of my French at all, which makes me sad that I don't. And Jamie putting the tomatoes, or Swank putting tomatoes for Jamie. And Jamie saying, finish my buddy read pages of Under the Whispering Door. I hope you're enjoying it. And switch to Warm Bodies for Zombie-thon. Awesome. And Faye says, speaking of forgetting you've read a book, twice now I've read a whole book and gone to review it on Goodreads only to find a review already there. And they were classics too. Memorable ones. Oh, that's rough. I don't think it's ever happened to me that I've read a whole book and been like, I don't remember reading it, because it's happened to me with a short story where I get in the middle of reading it and then I'm like, oh wait, I've read this. Like, cause something about it triggered familiarity. That's rough, Faye. I'm sorry. Okay, but here's the question. Did your rating change? That's what I want to know. Was it different the second time? And Swang says, Manos, yes. And Zach says, Robert, have you read Roadside Picnic by the Strugatsky brothers? Southern Reach was heavily inspired by it. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. And I told Keaton, I was like, Keaton, in case you ever want to add on. And Jamie said, my college roommates and I used to go to midnight screenings of Rocky Horror and Killer Tomatoes every year. Both are so much fun. I didn't know that they would do screenings for Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. I'm learning something new. Zach says, I saw Fifth Element in theaters on the 25th anniversary a couple years ago. I personally really enjoy that movie. It's weird, and the story is not perfectly coherent in some cases, but I just have a lot of fun, and I love the way that the actors bring the characters to life. Medium John Silver says, impossible to watch Manos the Hand of Fate without the help of Joel and the bots. And Faye says, that's pronounced Rhea. Rhea, right? Okay. And thank you. Alex says, I don't remember any French, even though I technically studied it for 5 years. It's okay. I studied German for 3 years, and I can barely remember any of it. Like, there's certain basic things, like just like if a child starts learning how to talk, basic things, but I wouldn't be able to carry on a conversation anymore, which is so sad. And Stina says, en jamais is never. And Swang says, John Silver, yes. Oh yeah, because you're talking about oh my God. Keaton used to watch that show as a kid all the time. We actually tried to watch it together now, and I couldn't quite get into it. Mystery Science Theater 3000. Yes, that's what you're talking about. So I've seen a couple episodes of it, but I couldn't get into it. But Keaton loves those characters so much. And Tessa says, Rocky Horror we saw hundreds of times and played it out. I love that. That's awesome. And Denise says, Jamie, did you like Under the Whispering Door? I have it, but have not read it yet. I enjoyed it. And Faye says, my rating didn't change, but for one of them, I gravitated towards a different character the second time, probably because I was older. Oh, okay. It's pretty interesting, though, that your rating didn't change. And Zach says, it almost never happens with me, but I did accidentally read Pretty Girls by Karen Slaughter twice and didn't notice till the 80% mark. When you're like, wait, I know how this ends. And Jamie said, Denise, loving it so far. Lots of feelings. Yes, that is for sure. Robert says, Zach, I read it but didn't think much of the story because everyone seemed to be upset mad at everyone else. Silvery spider web. They never found anything interesting. And Teresa says, hello, everyone. Hello. I'm just joining because I was out doing yard work. Good job doing your yard work. I'm in the middle of The Seed Keeper and loving it. That's great. And it was funny, Teresa, I thought of you with bringing up that you were reading The Seed Keeper because the other day I was going through and I was cleaning out an Amazon wish list and I found that again on there, and it was the same book that Melinda from A Web of Stories had recommended. So I was like, okay, yeah, it was the same one for the Indigenous Heritage Month. And Faye says, it's hard to spell French nasal endings phonetically. Yeah. The sad part was back, and I don't do a good French accent now because, again, I don't really remember much of my French and therefore pronunciations are hard. But I had an easier time pronouncing French when I was taking it than I did German, just because of like the natural way that my mouth pronounces words and like going up into my nose more than the back of my throat. So that was something I thought was weird when I was doing French, where it's like, wow, these are so much easier to pronounce than trying to do German. Nicole says, Robert, as you saw, I got stung by the bee sting. Oh no. The bee sting. Read it one day. Someone says, yes. And Stina said, Faye, yeah, I never try. EDM John Silver says, 5 years after my high school Spanish, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? That's all. And Robert says, Nicole, am I still speaking to you? And Christina, hi, Christina. Christina says, hi, Alex. Remember to hydrate, have a snack, check the laundry, take meds, stretch, and show some love to the like button. Also, make sure you sub and ring the bell so you hopefully get notified. Thank you so much. And Nicole says, Robert, I don't know. Are you? Are you? And Heidi said, Robert, is that you in your avatar? I think it is. I think it's him wearing some cool sunglasses at night. And Zach says, I love Mystery Science Theater 3000. Your channel name makes me think of it because of a quote. Push the button, Frank. All that. I like that. That's fun, actually. Barbara says, Heidi, that's me. And Teresa says, good to hear that you know about it. It is rated high, but not many people seem to talk about it. And Alex says, Medium John Silver, did you watch the TV show Community? Oh, Keaton got me into watching Community as well. We have fun with that one. And Stina says, when I took German, my professor kept telling me I was correct, but was using a French accent. That's funny. Oh, that's so funny. And Stina says, German vowels mess me up. Oh, I love the umlauts, though. I can at least still do those. And Medium John Silver says, Alex, no, I did not watch Community. I don't know what it's about. So Community, I feel like I'm going to sneeze. Sorry, I want to tell you what Community is. I guess. Uh-oh. Goodness. Excuse me, that one was stuck. I hated that. Whew. So Community is it's a funny show about a group of people who all go to a community college, and they have very different personalities but end up forming a friend group, and then every episode they end up getting into shenanigans, and it always takes place, for the most part, I guess you can't say every episode, but most episodes actually take place at the college, and some of them involve like the classes that they're taking, some of them involve like school projects that they're doing and things like that. And so they're all just like fully grown people, like going to school at different times of their life. Like, so you have Pierce, who's like this much older gentleman who's there, and then you have like Annie, who's, I think she's only like 21 or something like that. So it's just, everybody's very, very different, but it's a good show. And Faye says the trick for German is to do an Arnold Schwarzenegger impression. And Nicole says, I wear my sunglasses at night. Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking of. And Alex says, Medium John Silver, okay. It's just that the Spanish line you remember is a joke song in the show. I don't think I've seen that episode. Alex says, bless you. Thank you. And Stina says, but I do pretty well with Swedish vowels, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Not necessarily, but I support it. Zach says, if you feel a sneeze coming and don't want to, you could tickle the roof of your mouth with your tongue to stop it. It actually works. I usually have the opposite problem of like, it's not that I don't want to sneeze, it's that it gets stuck, and then I'm sitting there waiting for it to happen. Because I feel like when I can't sneeze and I never have one come out, I just sit there and I just like feel kind of weird for a minute. It's like, if I could just get the sneeze out, I instantly feel better. And Robert says, Nicole, so I can watch you weave them breathe your storylines. Is that a quote? So I can watch you weave them breathe your storylines from the bee sting? I do not know, as I have not yet read it. Teresa says, I can't stay because need to eat and I want to watch the special on the Pope. Oh yeah, there's been a new Pope. It's first American Pope. was very surprising. At 8 p.m. Central, I hit the like button. Have a great weekend, everyone. You as well. Enjoy your special. All right, so we're actually going to get fewer sprints in tonight, everyone, just because we had one block of time that was a lot of conversation and talking and stuff, which was great because again, we usually don't go that long having conversations, so that's sweet. But we will have one fewer sprint, so I'm sorry about that. And Nicole says it's the rest of the song line. Oh, I'm so silly. Okay, that's funny. I come to think of it, for that song, I don't know that I ever learned any other lyric other than I wear my sunglasses at night. So it's so I can watch you weave. Okay, I'm not even gonna try the second part, but now that you say that, I'm like, okay, that does vaguely sound familiar. And Faces, dude, I always thought that line said sorry lies. So it's storylines. Okay. And Nicole said Robert may be the only one who understood the rest of the line. Okay. Possibly. Because it definitely wasn't me, obviously. All right. So I'll give you all another 45-minute sprint. And since we're only going to do a couple more here, I will ask you, what is something you learned over the last week that was interesting? It does not have to be interesting to anybody other than you. I just want to hear what you thought was interesting. And put up our next 45 minutes. And I'm trying to figure out which book I'm going to dive back into because I'm in the middle of a chapter in both of them. I think I'm going to go back to reading my Kindle. So I'll see you all very soon. Oh, and Nicole said, switching you to TV, so I'll be lurking until the end. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Interested to hear your review on Pachinko, Nicole. I do really hope that you at least liked it. That's my hope. All right. So I'll get this started, everybody, and I'll see you in a little bit. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. Oh, I got a fair bit of reading done during that sprint. I was very focused, which made me happy. I didn't get distracted at all. And before we left, I asked you all the question, what is something that you've learned over the last week that was interesting? And I'll start first. I learned that Mars does not have a magnetic field, which means that you can't use a compass there. And the reason that it doesn't have a magnetic field is because at some point in its life, the core of Mars cooled enough that a magnetic field couldn't be generated. So, pretty much the reason why the Earth has one is because we still have a very molten core. So I thought that that was interesting. I didn't realize that, and it's also one of the reasons why Mars is such a um, kind of desolate wasteland. Is like our magnetic field on Earth is actually one of the things that protects us on a day-to-day basis from like solar radiation and all sorts of things like that. So it's just neat. Thought it was neat. Let's see what the rest of you had to say. Heidi said in Service Model by Adrian Tchaikovsky, the title section that seems like computer codes are really author names whose famous books mirror the themes of the section you're about to read. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Swank said there is a group of wolves in British Columbia that are known as sea wolves. 90% of their food comes from the sea, swimming several miles in search of food. Wow, that is impressive. Heidi says, are you sure you're okay with interesting to you? Last week I wrote about Memory, Sorrow, and Thorn, a famous fantasy series. Yes, I remember that you wrote about that. What's the problem with that? And Zach says, I learned that mammal is in reference to the mammary gland. So taxonomically speaking, we are boob animals, have mammary glands and can lactate too, by the way. Yes, I know that men can under certain circumstances. That's funny. So boob animals, yes. Medium John Silver said, I learned more about the myth of Medusa. Poseidon assaulted her, then Athena turned her into a monster. Too bad they did not have expert lawyers back in those days. She should have sued. Well, she turned a lot of people into stone, so I guess that was, her way of, I don't know, getting her due. And Heidi said, a medium John Silver, that would make a great movie. The origin story of Medusa. She is the best part of Clash of the Titans. Yes, she is. Agreed. That was actually another one that I don't know if you can consider Clash of the Titans a cult classic because I don't know very many people who watch it, but that was something that I saw when I was younger and I was like, oh, that's fun. And I remember laughing a lot because of the way that they did the animations and things like that. So I mean, I feel like that would be a great candidate for a movie night, the original. And Princess says the author, Louisa May Alcott, was presumed by her publisher to marry off Jo, the main character in Little Women. Alcott wanted Jo to remain a literary spinster like herself. I can't believe 150 years ago, authors were still pressured by their publishers. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Little Women, one of the best classics of all time. I love it. I haven't even read that many classics, and I'm just saying Little Women, it's up there. And Stina says, I just learned that hotel rates in Nebraska are bonkers. Well, that's not fun. I'm sorry. And the princess says, Stina, yikes. Who would have thought? Is there any political reason? For example, did they ban Airbnbs? And she said, I don't know. It's probably because everything is more expensive now. That is true. Everything is very expensive. And Faye says, I learned that Andrew Robinson, the actor who played Garak on Star Trek Deep Space Nine, wrote a novel from Garak's perspective and narrated the audiobook as the character 20 years after the show ended. That's cool that he got the rights to be able to do that. I mean, unless they asked him to write one, which would be kind of a surprise. He would have had to ask permission to write one and then like voice it as the character. So, I mean, that's cool that he got it. And Angela said, I think of the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Ghostbusters. Oh, yeah, Ghostbusters. Stina said, weird. It's a lot cheaper through a discount site. Usually it's not enough savings to bother, so I use the official site for points. You said, never mind, click through and the discount site is even more expensive. I hate it when you go on certain sites and it shows you, like, oh, this is the lowest rate that you can get. And then you go and you try to find whatever that lowest rate is. And it's either not actually available and they just brought you in with clickbait, or it is like the worst possible option for travel or stay that you could get. So you have to go with an upgraded version. Or like with certain airlines, like when you're flying, they'll give you the base bottom price, but then the second you need to add something, like you need to carry a bag with you, right, on board, or like you dare to want to have a snack on a 6-hour flight, like you're going to get charged for that. Just stupid little things like that. So it's not any cheaper. And Stina said, the place I like to stay is near a convention center, so it's possible I picked a week before something big's going on. But yeah, that's kind of something I was wondering, if maybe there was some sort of event. And Tessa said, I did some writing today, which is the first in 5 months. Yay! That's awesome. I'm happy to hear that. Denise said, read 41 pages on page 106. Still really good. Woohoo! Jamie said, made it to 34% in warm bodies and got dinner started, vegan chickpea potato curry. Medium John Silver says, during the sprint, I read the first 18 pages of The Green Splotches, a sci-fi story about a scientific expedition into a lost Peruvian valley. Very fun. Robert says, Heidi service model. Now I have to go back and look because I don't remember that. And Zach says, my favorite is Artemis turning Actaeon into a deer and him getting torn apart by his own hunting dogs when he saw her naked. Oh, wow. I didn't know about that. I've never heard that. That's interesting. All right. Well, I'm going to give you all your last question of the night. And I'm actually going to do another 45-minute sprint just because we lost some time previously. So instead of doing like a 45-minute and then a 30-minute sprint, I'm going to do one more 45-minute sprint. And it looks like, actually, because some of our discussions were shorter, we're kind of like catching up on our normal time anyway. So a 45-minute sprint should be perfect. So that works out, which means I'm going to ask you all your last question of the evening, which is, what is one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of? It could be big, it could be small, it could be something you did 5 minutes ago or something you did last Saturday. Doesn't matter. I just want to hear something you've accomplished that you're proud of. And a Medium John Silver says, it's our lowest priced room, but if you want a room without a pack of howler monkeys, you need to upgrade. Yeah, if you want one that doesn't have the mysterious stain on the wall that talks to you in your sleep, you're going to have to pay an extra $200 a night. All right. So I got the last 45 minutes up for you all. The sun is officially setting. Oh, and I am getting tired, but hey, this is the latest I've been able to stay up this whole week. So I would say that I'm honestly doing pretty good. You all are helping me to like fight my fatigue. So thank you for that. And I'll see you all in a little bit. Happy reading. Bye. All right, everybody, come on back. Let me know how you did. I did some more reading of The Martian, and I'm now on page 114. And then I spent like the last 7 minutes just watching some videos to kind of help my mind just relax a little bit. Definitely feeling very tired as it's almost 10 o'clock, and I think I'm going to probably head straight to bed right after this, but very happy to have spent this time with all of you. So thank you. And before we left, I asked you all, the question was, one thing you've accomplished over the last week that you're proud of. And I'm having like a difficult time coming up with an answer for this because it doesn't feel like I've had a whole lot of like major accomplishments. So I'm going to go with just tiny ones. Um, I went out and took my car for a drive on a beautiful day, and I got to enjoy just feeling the wind in my hair, which was really nice. I mowed my lawn and did like weed eating and stuff, which was difficult given how exhausted I've been. But I was very happy with the way that the lawn looked after, because it just looked so pretty and lush and green. And hmm, that's my last. I'll just give like a third thing. Had a little fire in a fire pit yesterday for Keaton and I, and it was like the first fire of the season because I haven't had one, and I had chopped the wood. Uh, what was it? 2 weeks ago, in anticipation of having nicer weather, but because I hadn't been doing very well, I didn't actually start a fire. So I was happy to just have one yesterday, and we made s'mores, which was very enjoyable. I love s'mores. So that's my thing. And Faye says, my violin teacher told me I'm progressing at a normal pace despite only being able to practice for 5 to 15 minutes a day. That's wonderful. That's really great, Faye. And Zach says, you know what? I'm proud I DNF'd Aragon. Normally I would have pushed through, but I already burned my reserve fuel, finishing all fours by Miranda July. Well, I'm happy for you. That's great. And you all would be very proud of me as well to know that I have been DNFing books this year at a higher rate than I ever have before. Like, there have been multiple books at this point that I have attempted to start this year, or attempted to finish, I should say. I did start them. And I read to a certain point and I went, no, like, I don't want to read this anymore. And I just started something else. So I think that's great that you DNF'd it if you didn't have the energy. And Princess says, I finally got through the book Little Women. It took me 4 months and 2 weeks. Oh no, I'm sorry if it didn't end up really enjoying it. I love Little Women so much. I said, Alex, exactly. It was really obscure, too obscure. Oh, that was in response because I had put a comment in there about to Heidi that I was I was sorry about like not acknowledging her comment last week in like a really positive way when talking about what we learned that was interesting, because she was talking about a book that she had read, and I remember reading the comment, but my brain like couldn't process what was being said in the comment. So I responded with something like, oh, nice or cool or something. And so Heidi responded exactly, it was really obscure, too obscure. It's okay if you put obscure things in the comments, Heidi. That's totally all right. Just know that my brain might not be able to fully comprehend what you're telling me. So I might not be able to have a good full response. That just goes for everybody. And Robert says, Zach, did you like all fours? Miranda July narrates the audiobook. I gave it 5 stars. The first Bad Man is great too. And Stina says, that's awesome, Faye. And said, I baked 6 dozen cookies last Saturday with a huge amount of help from my husband. That's awesome. That's a lot of cookies. Jamie said, after about 3 months of slump, I completed 5 scrapbook layouts this week. Yay! I'm happy to hear that. And Faye said, Stina, thanks. Denise said, read 32 pages on page 138. And Stina said, listen to about 10% of the island of Dr. Moreau. And Faye says, you've done great, Alex. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's been just a ton of stuff going on at work, which is the big thing that's been exhausting me by the time I get home. But just like it's emotionally draining to worry about, like just have things that you're worried about, and then to come home and to be like, I can manage to eat and then just lay down and go to sleep. That's all I can manage. And so the fact that it's, almost 10 o'clock here and I'm still with you all and my brain is still mostly functional, I would say that's that's also an accomplishment. And as Zach said, only about 70 pages in my book left. Woo woo. And Jamie said, made it to 51% in warm bodies and ate dinner. Awesome. Medium John Silver said about 22 pages of the story, or another 22 pages of the story. The weird valley is getting weirder. Robert said, Alex, the running joke with the music selection kept the book interesting for me. Okay. Running joke with the music selection. And in The Martian. Oh, okay. Yeah, right now, he's been talking. So he talked about how he listened to disco, and he was saying that he had this whole collection of Hercule Poirot novels to read, and he had like The $1 Million Man, and he had Three's Company to watch, and The Dukes of Hazzard. So he hasn't talked a lot about music other than just mentioning disco. So that's cool that we're going to get more music references. And Nicole said, things have gone downhill. No! Turns out that Vanity Fair is more racist than most of the books written at the time. Trust me, I've noticed. That sucks. I'm sorry. You don't have to read it. It could be another terror. And Jamie said, oh no, Nicole, that's too bad. And Faye said, Nicole, eek, yeah. Said, thanks for the sprints, Alex. You're a trooper. Oh, no, I honestly, I'm very happy to be here. I really am. But thank you. And Faye said, Nicole, the one time a Victorian novel actually had diverse characters, and it makes you wish they'd go back to ignoring non-white people's existence. And Zach says, I gave all fours a very, very generous 1.5. Robert, you should check out My Friend Natalia by Laura Lindstedt. I liked it much more. And Nicole said, Faye, my thoughts exactly. You said, Wilkie Collins has diverse characters in some of his lesser well-known works, and they're done much better. Don't worry, I'm not going to read it. Okay. And Zach says, also New Animal by Ella Baxter and Night Bitch, if you haven't read it yet. I don't know of New Animal, but I know of Night Bitch. And Faye says, Nicole, oh, true. Yes. Nicole said, maybe at some point when I don't mind multiple racist characters, not sure when that will happen. Well, that's the thing is like, why read books that present characters in such a way where it just feels awful to either read from their perspective or read about the way that people talk about them? It was one of my biggest issues, as you know, with The Terror. I mean, like it was just so awful about so many people. And it's just, you just end up asking, like, why did the book have to be written this way? He said, Zach, I've heard nothing good about that book. And Robert said, Alex, thank you for hosting #Capybara, #Chocolate Fountain. My big adventure this week, Robert, was helping people fix brakes on bicycles while I was at work. We had a charity event where we helped to construct bicycles for kids, and I actually wasn't part of the event. I was part of the people that helped with like the delivery of the materials, and I showed up just to ask like if anybody needed help. And I got presented with a bike that they told me was defective, so they were going to send it back. And I went, defective, huh? Why don't I take a look at it? There was nothing wrong with that damn bike. And I put the whole thing together. And then I come to find out that nobody read the directions about how to actually make the front brake work on all 10 of the bikes that were constructed. So yours truly went around and fixed all of them so that, the children could actually stop their bike if they needed it. There was this one person who said to me the comment, "Oh, they're kids. They're not going to go that fast." And I about died. So it just, oh, mind you, I don't like when people ask me what I do. This is really the main reason I can't tell people what I do. Like, it's not only about privacy, it's because I can't convey to you the odd level of things that I take care of because I could never convey them in one conversation. Just, it can't happen. And Stina said, "I'm glad you were well enough to host sprints tonight. Be sure to take care of yourself this week." Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of Pedialyte, and I honestly think the Pedialyte really is what's been helping. Thank you. Amy says, "Thank you for sprints, Alex. We're glad you're getting better. Thank you so much. Even slow recovery is still recovery, so I will take it." Denise says, "Thanks, Alex. Have a great weekend, everyone. To you as well. And to all who are celebrating Mother's Day, happy Mother's Day to you." And the princess says, "Feel better. I can tell your color looks better this week. Thank you." And Nicole said, "Robert, hashtag bee sting, hashtag honey." Steve said, "Oh my God." Yeah, I know. And Robert says, "Nicole, hashtag Burnham Wood." That was, okay. That was the one I was trying to look up again, Robert. I'm not even shitting you. I was looking through my books list on Amazon when I was cleaning up everything. And I couldn't find that book in here. And I'm like, I know I put it in there. Where is it? Oh, okay. Yes. It does say in my list. I happened to just skim over it. Okay, good. Bertha says, "Wow." Medium John Silver said, "Any old Monty Python sketch, the superhero bicycle repairman." That's me. And Nicole said, hashtag Robert's Robert, hashtag I have trust issues. And Jamie said, "Are you kidding? My brother routinely tried to kill himself on his bike as a kid." I am not kidding. I wish I was, but all 10 bikes. Yours truly. Front brake. The rear brakes automatically worked. That was something that it was because the wheel was already attached to the bike, but the front wheel, you have to actually put it on, which is why you then have to adjust the brake, because then if the brake was already tightened, you wouldn't be able to get the wheel on properly. So just the fact that nobody wanted to read directions on how to do it, like not a single person could just like read them and comprehend. And they weren't complicated. I love directions, and they were not complicated. I understood them after seeing them for a whopping 5 seconds. And other people were like, "Well, I just didn't get it," or they just didn't look. My heart hurts. It really does. Robert says, "Nicole, hashtag unsubscribed." He would never, Nicole. And you know it. And Zach said, hashtag pod was better than all fours. And Stina says, "I cannot imagine that I would like all fours one little bit. It just sounds awful." Oh, don't read it then if you think that you would hate it. Or do if you want to read something that you think you would hate, but most people would not. No. Jamie says, "Well done. I'm sure you saved a lot of kids from skinned knees." I would hope that if I hadn't intervened that like something could have been done about it, but I mean, you really just never know, I guess. Really? You don't. I don't like to think about it, which is why I'm the person that will stick around until I can like just fix stuff. You know what I mean? Like I was around, I was helping for an hour and a half doing that one day because I was just like so stressed about it. I couldn't leave. So yeah. But thank you all again for coming. And I hope to be able to see you all next week if all goes well. I will be here and hopefully you will be here. And yeah, I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend. So see you all next time. Bye.